Ah, there I am. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am feeling pretty crummy, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm actually feeling sicker than I was yesterday. I am thinking about what I want to do about that. I thought about going to bed, right? Sorry, why, I don't know why VTS does that. Thank you, actually. 60 stream streak, that's the longest I've seen, holy moly. That's the longest I've seen. I am extremely impressed. That shows a lot of discipline that I almost would never exert. Brute force the broken sword, I was impressed. Interesting. So that means that you saw the 2024 one. That means you saw the 2024 one. Interesting. Just cleaning up some things in the background here. I will be fine. But yes, yeah, I'm thinking about what I want to do with myself at the moment. I said I would do calligraphy, and I think that's probably... I think I'll probably make an honest stab at doing some calligraphy, but I tend to find calligraphy streams considerably more taxing than average. I tend to find them, I tend to find they demand a little bit more of me, physically and mentally. And also, if... Oh, a second, I got it. This is bugging me. There we go. Like I look short. And the truth is, I did look short. Okay. Taking a sip. And it's tempting to just do more Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls is probably one of the least cognitively demanding streams for me. You know, it's from my perspective, they're pretty easy, right? From my perspective, it's you know, I show up and I do the thing, right? I show up and I run around places and I talk to NPCs and I explore the environment and I notice things, and sometimes I don't notice things, and then I am the winner, right? That's how it goes for me. That's how it feels to me. Is that I just do things and eventually I win, right? It is not lack of sleep entirely. Lack of sleep is definitely not helping. But one of my roommates got really sick. So I have absolutely caught it from them. It was definitely like everybody in the house has it. Everybody in the house is coughing and sneezing constantly. Me and all of my roommates are all very obviously sick in basically the same way. Very clearly that's how it went. Lack of sleep would be expected to exacerbate that, and the lack of sleep is partially caused by that as well. That Sudafed only lasts about 4 hours, and so if I take a Sudafed and then go to bed, I wake up after about 4 hours because I can't breathe. So it's fairly easy to tell what's happening there. Fairly easy to tell what's happening there. Streamer don't die. I don't think I will. I think I just feel. I think I'm just miserable. I think I'm just kind of miserable. That's all there is to it. And I woke up about 45 minutes ago, which is good timing on my part, but it does mean that, you know, you're getting me here as I, you know, as I'm juggling how I feel, right? As I'm booting up. 8 hours of fighting the Asylum Demon. Yeah. It's still kind of booting up. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be whiny, right? I don't mean to be whiny, but it's also kind of hard to come up with anything else to say where it's like, so I finished stream last night, and then I went to bed, and I woke up, and I watched some of my fellow streamers, and you know, and some of that was pretty interesting. You know, talked with Ruru, for example. Had some interesting discussion with Ruru, and then I went to sleep again, and now I'm here, right? I opened Microsoft Teams at 1:44 p.m. Arguably, I have never opened Microsoft Teams. I don't know that I've ever intentionally opened up Microsoft Teams. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes I've used Microsoft Teams. Sometimes I've used Microsoft Teams, but it just opens up, unfortunately, when it wants, more often than I need it. More often than I've ever needed it. My experience with Microsoft Teams is that it is extremely, hold on, I'm fighting. Microsoft Teams feels like it is, like, just kind of worse Discord to me. I don't know, it didn't feel special to me. I've seen people talk about it as if it's a special program in one direction or another, and to me it feels like, as a person who is using Discord for years already, when I first used Microsoft Teams, I was like, oh, this is just... Could be physically present for a therapy session. That's brutal. That's brutal. Whew. See, my experience with it was that it was Discord, but like worse in most ways, and then is like easier for file sharing. Like, it was easier to like share text documents and spreadsheets with other people, but otherwise worse than Discord. But it might have just been like how my workplace used it, where for my workplace it was pretty much just kind of a shared drive. We didn't really use it for actual communications. Communications are handled by shouting. Communications are handled by just shouting a lot. Key point being was, but yeah, this is feeling like this might be a very low key day for me. This is feeling very, very low key to me. Actually, I need to figure out if this is going to be very low key or very short, because my mouth hurts, and I'm starting to feel worse. So, gotta think about that. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. This might wind up being a very short stream, because I'm planning on streaming at least twice more this week. Hello, Metro M. A pleasure to meet you. A pleasure to meet you. Welcome in. You have probably not come in on the best time to see me. This is probably not going to be the best first impression. I apologize for that. Probably not the best one for that purpose. Let me do the hellos. Let's do the hellos. Oh my goodness. Let me get the hellos out of the way. Hello to me. Hello to Seribot. Hello to Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello Sparkly Anarchy. Hello Akshi. Hello Theo. Hello Dizzy Chicken. Hello Lost Notebooks. Hello Akshi. Who did I miss? Hello Sparkly Anarchy. I think I said that. Hello Emmerich Draws. Hello Gringotts Underwriter. Hello Metro M. Hello Lance White. And hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Hello, hello, hello. It is a pleasure to have all of you here. I'm always grateful that there are lurkers and VOD watchers who watch me, even if I do not know whomst you are. Is this the equivalent to a woman perspective of what she looks like without makeup? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, because I'm not entirely sure what that was like as an experience as a person who is not a woman. I'm not entirely sure about that. I can tell you that this is kind of, I guess, my perspective from like a performer's point of view, right? As a person who views himself primarily as a performing artist, as a public speaker and performing artist, there are, I would even say, craftsmanship, right? There's when you are doing a craft, there are things that you notice about your work that other people might not really think about. CL Scrivener. Did I spell that correctly? How was Vampire Survivor? Vampire Crawlers. How was Vampire Crawlers, CL? How was it? I did enjoy Vampire Survivors and Deep Rock Survivor, but I understand that Vampire Crawlers is quite different. But how was it? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man who love old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and mini painting, and oh, you brought them, you encouraged them. I understand. Welcome into Wasteland Mad God, and I should also say welcome into Mercatere. Welcome into Mercatere. It's like if Megapunk was a deck builder. That is a interesting combination. Yes, I can roll my R's pretty easily. I'm pretty good at it. For a gringo, for a guy who doesn't speak any languages that require R rolls at all. I'm glad that you were having fun with Megabonk. Well, not Megabonk, with Vampire Crawlers. Like, Megabonk was a deck builder. That is a kind of interesting combination. I haven't played Megabonk. My understanding of Megabonk is that Megabonk is like a more chaotic Risk of Rain 2 was what it looked like to me when I saw people playing it. You'll take my word for it. That's fair. Risk of Rain is a pretty good, it's pretty chaotic multiplayer, roguelike action game. My understanding is that Megabonk is Vampire Survivors, but in 3D. That's kind of what it looks like to me as well. That's kind of what it looked like to me as well. Still didn't end up playing it at any point. Not sure if I will at this point. Definite maybe. Definite maybe play. Definitely we'll see. If people still love it in a few months from now, that will probably change my perspective. That will probably change it. From beef and regular milk consumption. I suppose it depends on what the rest of your diet looks like, as a rule. If you're worried about macros, Steam Deck Builder Fest. If you're worried about the macros, there shouldn't be that much of a change. You'll be having theoretically less protein, but if you're replacing if you're replacing things with beans, including tofu, you should be fine. Hello, Jazzahall. Hello, Jazzahall. How was Daikatana? Was it as bad as I remember it being? Because I remember it being very bad back in the day. Well, so one of the things that that preserved the power level of one of the things that really preserved the power level of what's it called? Of Daikatana, that really held it back from being as bad as it could have been, was that it was so unstable that you couldn't beat the game at all. So there's a huge percentage of the game you couldn't even see, even if you wanted to. So that was always a factor in how you thought about that game. Second half is the good half. I don't believe them. I know some people who have done it and said the second half is even worse. I don't believe them at all. So on the micro side, tofu is in fact a very good source of calcium. Tofu is in fact a very, very good source of calcium. I'm not sure what other sources of calcium you really need to worry about. Usually cutting milk. Milk is actually kind of an interesting one in that milk exerts a significant calcium leaching effect on most people. So cutting milk can actually increase your overall calcium intake, even if you have no other things going on. In terms of iron, leafy greens. I've kind of always had iron problems, even when I was a meat eater, and it hasn't really changed. Spinach is the kind of infamous one. Infamously positive iron source. I'm not really sure what other ones are really good. Maybe mushrooms. I am not a nutritionist, as an aside. I can say that the biggest thing for a vegan diet is B12. If you are going vegan, B12 is your real consideration. You don't need a shot. You can take a supplement. You can take a pill. Vitamin B12 pills are enormous. They are absolutely enormous. In terms of these things. Yeah, I'm looking at a table of iron sources. Here. This is so 3 ounces is a cup is 8 ounces, so a half cup is 4 ounces. I don't know why they did that. Oh, okay, yeah, I never watched American Dad. The no B12, so B12 is an interesting chemical. I've never heard that B12 has super poor absorption in pill form. The thing about B12 is the way your body uses it is it functionally uses it as a what do you call it? Good lord, I am falling apart. It functionally uses it as a catalyst, and so you only need a very tiny amount of it. It's actually very chemically interesting. It's actually really interesting where it comes from in your diet. Your source of B12. The source of B12 is cyanobacteria. And so the actual source is grass and dirt. B12 enters your diet via dirt. It is not something that you are functionally eating dirt in order to get B12. And so the reason why meat tends to be a much better source of B12 is because it is more likely to have dirt in it, is basically the gist of it. It is more likely to have dirt in it than other sources of food. Yeah, let the meat soil. Yeah. I don't really know what the relationship here is between like how thoroughly you should wash your carrots and your potatoes. I still feel like you're supposed to. I still feel like that's probably like worth it. But it is a thing to think about, I suppose. It is a thing to think about. I will say I kind of hate the way that almost all dietary guidelines are written. This rather large, biologically speaking. Yeah, that's not too surprising. Yeah. I don't know. I am not really like a biochemist. As I've mentioned before, biology was quite possibly my weakest of all of the liberal arts. I'm trying to think if there's any of the major liberal arts that I would be weaker at. I'm pretty sure it's biology. I don't think I have been inside a biology classroom since like middle school. Oh no, my frustration with the dietary guidelines is less like doubt about their sources or anything like that. It's that their notion of a serving size is complete chaos. They try to give you like an intuitive serving size that like matches what people actually eat, and it just feels so much more chaotic than if they just flat out told you like per gram or per pound or per kilogram. Like, oh, you almost certainly could. You almost certainly could. Yeah, it's just something that drives me nuts. It like to my brain, that's like to the type of mindset that I have, where I am very to my mindset where I'm very like spreadsheet oriented and find doing multiplication to be very easy. Like, it just kind of drives me nuts. It's like, no, I want to know how, I want like apples to apples comparisons. I don't want to be like, if you're telling me like, oh, like this is like the amount of B12 in 1 cup versus the amount in 3 ounces, I'm like, no, this is just annoying. This is just annoying. Like, now I have to multiply, I have to like cross multiply them in order to figure out how much it is, like either per ounce or per gram or whatever. Like, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Huh. Vegan tofu steak because of hormone. Vegan tofu steak. very low percentage of microbes comes from. It is probably... Well, and soil is very complicated as an ecosystem. Soil is an extraordinarily complicated ecosystem. It's not just like a series of chemicals. It's very difficult to recreate the effects of soil in laboratory conditions. If it's supposed to mimic the gut, then I don't think it would, right? I think I suspect that if you wanted to grow B12 in a sort of like laboratory controlled setting, it would, or I should say like a chemical engineering perspective, you would basically just be doing like vermiculture, right? It would just be like, you would just be doing vermiculture and then isolating the end products of vermiculture. I'm just kind of saying that over and over again because vermiculture is kind of a cool word. All right. Endocrinian perturbator. Oh, okay. What in the tofu is doing that? Is it the calcium? Probably not, because not all tofus have high amounts of calcium. That's something that like varies between different types of tofu. So, I don't know. I should probably even stop speculating, because I just genuinely do not know a lot about, a lot about biology. Biology, like I said, it is my weakest subject, right? I am stronger with chemistry, I am stronger with physics, I am stronger with math, I am stronger with literature, I am stronger... Hello, Tohu. Well, what you're hearing is me trying to topic change away from biology. Is what you're hearing. Would there be a way to culture B12? I suppose, Tohu. I don't know. You might actually know more about that. Like, would there be a way to, to culture B12? Yeah. And I am just kind of admitting that, like, to my guess, the easiest way to have, like, a laboratory or chemical engineer... Yeah, a laboratory if you are not doing, synthesis, right? Which I don't know how easy to synthesize B12. If you're trying to use biochemical culturing for B12, I would think that you, like, given that, like, the thing producing it is the cyanobacteria, it seems like the easiest would just be to basically be doing, like, a vermiculture setup. Because like that's like a pretty well-known thing that scales down pretty far. That's not like an insane thing. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Welcome back. That's kind of my guess. That's kind of like my guess. Trying to do anything with it? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's because it tends to get infected. I see. I'm quite sick, Galaxy Wolfstar. That's where I am at, mentally speaking. That is where I am at, is that I'm quite sick. I'm trying to figure things. Anything good for growing one bacteria tends to be really good for growing all of the bacteria. Interesting. That's... Huh. I wouldn't have thought that. That's not intuitive to me, but that is interesting. That's not intuitive to me, but that is interesting. Tend to be pretty basic. Aha. I see. That makes sense. What's polida de plata mean? There's not complicated enough to do that much different food from each other. Oh, okay. It's easy to grow bacteria, but hard to grow just... That's interesting. That is interesting. See, I have encountered a variation on that theme from the question of antibiotics. Where antibiotics is this very difficult field of things that kill, like, specific classes of organisms, but don't just kill everything. Because if you want to kill everything, you can just use iodine, right? It's not that hard to just kill everything. Like, you can use iodine, you can use bleach, you can use chlorine trifluoride, or hydrogen peroxide. You know, hydrogen peroxide will clean the surface. You know, if you use hydrogen peroxide on things, it will clean the surface. Hello, Shark Ray. And I say hello to you, Foros Indras. Hello to both of you. Basically allows anything to grow. Yeah. You won't get just one thing, just the strongest of those things. Interesting. It'll be so you're proposing that Petri dish is kind of like a ranked ladder. Is kind of what you were saying. Oh, Foof, yeah, Foof. Is Foof useful as a cleaner? Foof is a fascinating chemical, but it's not. I don't know if it works for cleaning. Most things that are incredibly destructive are useful cleaners. So like chlorine trifluoride is an extraordinarily destructive chemical, which means that the few things that can survive exposure to even small amounts of chlorine trifluoride are excellent candidates for being cleaned with chlorine trifluoride, because almost everything else will be destroyed. Yeah, I remember reading about Foof and the extraordinarily vigorous thermodynamics of it. They are. I believe the phrase that Derek Lowe used was "every man for himself" thermodynamics. Mimics estrogen, binds to receptors. Hello, Digital Duke. Hello, my friend. I think some of my folks might like you, by the way, the Digital Duke. The Digital Duke is has a very unique model style. I'm actually a bit envious of it. As much as I love my model, I am a bit envious of his. I think his is wonderful. Yeah, I heard. Turi told me. Turi told me. Turi is wonderful. Turi is lovely. I know you met Turi and Kari. I'm not sure who else you might have met. Excuse me. Yeah, that sounds perfectly sensible to me. It says chloro anything. Yeah. Because soy is not great for it. Interesting. Interesting being recognized despite being a tiny VTuber. Yeah, that's it's an interesting thing, right? Is that, like, as humans, we want there to just be like small, medium, and large. We see small, medium, and large, and we want that to be like small is like 1/10 the size of large or something like that. Like, we want like small to be size 1 and medium to be like size 3 to 5 and large to be like a size 10 of like whatever we're talking about. Or even more constrained, right? Like, if we're talking about like clothing, like a large is not like 3 times the size of a small. It's not even close. And so, like, we get used to that kind of thing. But in terms of VTubers, there's, like, it's really, really hard to tell what qualifies as small, medium, or large. I started out, I spent the better part of a year I spent the better part of a year on like 1 to 2 viewers. I think I was like, it took me almost 6 months to even hit affiliate. I had a very slow start, and I was very, very tiny for quite a while. And I tend to consider myself medium-sized as VTubers go. I tend to consider myself kind of like medium-sized at like, you know, 30 to 50 tends to be the kind of... My average CCV for a week tends to be like 30 to 50 for most of the last year. I consider myself pretty medium. And I feel like people get up to like medium-sized, medium-large-ish around like 100 to 300. And then once somebody's above 300, they're kind of on a like... They really are kind of doing something different. At that point, they have a very different like relationship with their viewership and with growth and stuff like that. Up to about 300, I know that up to about 300, most of the streamers that I follow are able to keep track of their regulars and are able to tell, have lots of personal relationship with their regulars and are able to kind of keep up with chat. Though it can be hard even at 30, right? It can be hard even at 30. If chat is moving really fast, it can be hard to keep track of everything that's going. But most of the people I know who are in like the 300 range can like pretty kind of keep up even at that point. But once they're above that, it starts getting really hard and they start having to like kind of play favorites, or else either they play favorites or chat becomes just kind of a vibe. And this is how I think about it as a very indie streamer type of person. I'm very much an indie VTuber, and I don't really think that much about the corpo side of things. But when I have talked to some of my friends who I know pre-VTubing, some of my friends who I knew before, who realistically know more about VTubing than I do, they will talk about like hollow stars as small VTubers, right? Like their notion of who is a big VTuber like starts with Iron Mouse. Like Iron Mouse is like their floor. They mean like Iron Mouse, Mori Calliope, Saba, and like that's like it. That's like their notion of like what a big VTuber is. Like and like I remember watching like the VTuber manga. I remember reading the VTuber manga, and like they're portraying like 2000 CCV as like a dead chat, and I was just like, holy crap, these people are on some shit that I don't understand at all. I think part of what I'm mostly getting at is that I think this is somewhat similar to income and wealth a little bit, where the disparities are so massive that it kind of hurts your head, right? I'm getting this a little to be like a bigger like sociopolitics, socioeconomics thing. The inequalities are so massive that our normal ways of thinking about things start to kind of fall apart. And it's... Oh yeah, it's... I don't really know. I don't really know much about botting. Botting has never. I will give a very brief foray into botting just because it's like a place where I've got a kind of simple opinion as a person who's kind of crude about the matter. Because I am like totally viewer supported. I am getting like whatever. I'm getting the like $2 of ad revenue, and then pretty much everything else is like commissions and subscriptions and bits is pretty much all of my money. The amount that I don't like, viewership is for me, a proxy measure. It is not the main thing that I get out of looking at my viewership numbers, because I'm a numbers fuckstein. I do look at my numbers. The main thing I get out of my numbers is like when I do quarterly to semi-annual analyses of how my streams did, it allows me to kind of tell like, okay, people didn't like this and they did like this. That's kind of what that tells me, is like how interested people were over multiple streams in watching a given type of thing. And allows me to do some like other analyses, but it kind of allows me to tell like what people found interesting and engaging is what that kind of tells me. The actual number that matters is like whether or not I can pay my rent. And so botting has always been, well, here's what view botting is used for, is it's used for sponsored streams. That is my understanding. Is that the virtue of the payoff of view botting is that you are functionally scamming a sponsor enormously, because sponsorships tend to pay per viewer. Sponsorships tend to pay per viewer rather than for the entire thing. Cross your mind for everyone. Yeah, it's so that's kind of how I see that, is that sponsorship, that's where you do that. You're more likely to be on Twitch front page. Yeah, the way that Twitch kind of the way that having a higher view count is its own thing that kind of builds intrigue and builds interest and is its own kind of advertising vector, does kind of encourage, does kind of make it so that view botting has a certain value there. To me, it's still mostly not very good as an idea, at least in terms of the kind of strategy I have chosen, which is part of the reason why I try not to be moralizing or sanctimonious about view botting, is because from my perspective as a person who is trying to engage with people and using viewership as a measure, not as a goal, view botting kind of just makes my life harder. It is paying money, right? It is adding an expense but not adding revenue, and it's not doing a lot for me. So I'm pretty uninterested in doing it, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for me. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me from a rational perspective. Well, that's why I'm trying not to do like the ethics of it, right? Is because even if I was a more unethical person, I still wouldn't bother, right? Like it to me, to come from a place where it's not valuable from me and then also add like an ethics consideration is feels kind of self-serving to me. So yeah, that's why I try to be like, I try to be measured about it. Like, I'm still not gonna bother because it's an expense and I hate spending money. I hate spending money. It would be spending money to get something that makes my life harder, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to make my own life more challenging like that. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm already kind of worried that Twitch, I think, may have changed. They do this continuously, right? This is like a thing that's just kind of like part of their, of like the like running the site, is, you know, they seem to have changed the way they count viewers versus bots. And it's, I am wondering sometimes if some of my growth is not because of more people watching me, but because of changes to the algorithm, changes to their math, right? Like mathematical accounting changes. Hello, gay little b. Hello, gay little b. I already kind of like, I don't know how that matters. You're going to lie. Oh my goodness, flying for the last 12 hours. Please have a good night. Have a good night, Jill Duke. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, I should contact you about that. My Discord is easy to find. Discord's the easiest way to contact me. Rolling back to what Dizzy just said, place for open discussion. Yeah, not everything you're going to say is going to be validated here, Dizzy. I'm going to be blunt with you. That is not an expectation that I think I have tried to build. And I'm not trying to say that, like, you, Dizzy, have said something that I think is invalid or stupid, but just, I am going to engage with what I see in chat honestly, right? and I'm not going. Part of if chat is moving quickly or there's multiple discussion topics or I have a lot to say, I will kind of pick and choose what I respond to based off of what I kind of have the most interesting things to riff on. I'll kind of just follow that logic. So that does mean that, like, if you're talking a lot about stuff that, like, I don't know a lot about or don't have a lot to say about, I will end up saying a lot less about. A lot of anime discussion that happens even on my own channel kind of goes over my head because I'm just, like, not an anime guy. I don't watch a lot of anime. I don't really enjoy a lot of passive... I don't really enjoy, like, watching TV shows, like, in general. Like, anime kind of is, like, downstream of that. It's not even particular to anime. It's, like, you know, I don't really enjoy watching TV shows very much. I don't even enjoy watching movies that much. I would almost always prefer to cook or talk to people or work out or read a book. So, like that's one where it's like people come in, they'll have a conversation about my anime, and I'll tend to be a little bit less engaged with that. But also, it's, you know, if you say something that I think is wrong, I will also, you know, push back on that. This wasn't in our chat, but I do, in Grimmy's chat, there was a chatter who was, who thought that doing tax fraud as a streamer was really easy because it would be really easy to misstate your income to the IRS as a streamer. And me and Grimmy both had to just be like, that is not true. that is not true. That is not true. It is not easy to misstate your income as a streamer. It is in fact quite hard to misstate your income as a streamer. Is in fact pretty challenging to do so. Not easier to get away with it. I mean, it's easy to commit tax fraud. Anybody can commit tax fraud if they don't give a shit enough about their chances of success, right? If you don't care about your chances of success, anybody can commit tax fraud. The only thing that will stop you from committing tax fraud is if you are, for whatever reason, not subject to tax. If you have enough tax exemption, then it becomes harder to commit tax fraud, right? But it's you have not been bad, Dizzy Chicken. I think you are being a little bit harsh on yourself. You are being a bit harsh on yourself. Relax. You are really interested in biology, and I have a lot less to say about it than I think you might want me to have to say about it, and that just happens. Don't worry about it. You have not offended me. You have not offended me. Main factor in getting with tax fraud is just whether... Well, there's more things going on there. I am not, however, a tax investigator or a fraud investigator, and I don't know that it's a wise topic for me as a streamer to make a how to commit tax fraud a significant discussion topic. That doesn't seem smart to me. I will say that for us who are streaming, our income that we get from Twitch and from Ko-fi are 1099. Our 1099 we get 1099 filings. So the IRS knows how much money we're making, right? It's not actually it would be challenging for me to misstate what my income is, and I did not even attempt to do so. I did not even think about doing so. I looked at my 1099s and I wrote those in. Like, it is, we just get contractor income. It is the same as any freelancer. We are not paid in under the table cash. We are paid very above the table. I don't know how somebody would really be able to commit tax fraud, or at least on the income statements. Okay. We'll be right back. I am going to get some food. We'll be back. Maybe, I think I'll try to do some calligraphy, and if I'm doing a really bad job, we'll do Dark Souls. So we'll be back in a bit. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Hold on, I'm gonna readjust my desk a little bit more. Dizzy Chicken, if you are still here, have a good night. If you are not here, then also still have a good night, and good luck with finals. Good luck with finals. Yeah, it's... and Tohu is correct in pointing out that most people don't think very hard. Most people are not thinking very hard about your behavior, and the ones that are weird. As a rule. Alright. Got my guideline. And... let's just see how I'm doing. Hello, Colebounds. Hello, Colebounds. Can tell about counterfeiting. I know even less about counterfeiting. I know even less about counterfeiting than I know about tax fraud. Let's take a look. What does that look like? Okay, let's see. Oh, looks good. Looks good. We can move these things out of the way. I may as well. Is incredibly boring. Incredible. I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm surprised. Like, that feels like one of those things you don't want to be interesting if you're doing it. Did I say hello to you, Colebounds? I apologize if I forgot. But yeah, I'm not surprised that counterfeiting is a very, very dull world. Yeah, duh. Kari! Kari!
Voor 7 months.
Hello. Hold on. Hello. Thank you for this. Hold on. Does that say 7 months? The 7 months. 7 months with me. I mean, you've been around much longer than that. But 7 months of subscription. 7 months of tanks. Interesting. There's tilt here. There's tilt. I don't know if I'm dealing with it. Digital Duke stopped by already. You guys were at Oshi Uplink? Was that the con this week? Oh, she link up? Oh my goodness. When you say far too long, do you mean nanoseconds? Or milliseconds? I'll give you a shout out in a second here, Kari. Days. Oh, painful, painful, painful. It would take me weeks. It would take me weeks, but, Kari is the techno shrimp, folks. She knows many things. She was very wise. She is shrimp of wisdom. She is shrimp of puns. She is shrimp of deck builders as well. A significant other? That's... If I didn't already know a lot about you as a person, that would tell me things about you as a person. SO is something of a shibboleth acronym. Sort of like DH is another one, right? Is another related shibboleth acronym. If somebody uses DH casually, it's like, oh, okay, I kind of know what online spaces you're in. Shibboleth archaism as well. Yeah, so that's one of those acronyms that like I've not seen a lot of use of after. Oddly, the corresponding event for me, and I don't actually know that there's anything real here. It's just like how like it's just like the time periods overlap very heavily. That's the use of SO and Battlestar Galactica being on the air. I don't know if that's actually just a I assume that's just a coincidence. Unrelated high school fantasy writing. Huh. Oh. auto shibelification. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I can say that a piece of writing, I did some writing in the last week. They got accepted for publication, and at least one of the editors who it passed hands over was just like, this is just chock full of Almantasisms. Like, this is the fingerprints of you as a writer are just like all over the place on this one. I'm like, oh man. Yeah. That was kind of the vibe, right? It was like, oh yeah, no, they were just like, oh yeah, we know who this is. Which is like, in a way, kind of good, right? That like, I have a recognizable writing style. And I would suspect that there's a similar thing with my there's a similar thing with my like streaming that I suspect people who watch me that when people watch my streams, like, obviously it would be basically impossible for somebody to not know it was me. There's not enough to denature about my streams, but I suspect that my cadence is unusual enough that people develop a sense and a taste for it very quickly. I said a taste, but I really mean an opinion, right? That, like, they can kind of tell what I'm about, and whether or not it's to their taste pretty quickly. Which is another way of saying that, again, I'm bad at Among Us. Certainly nothing's recognizable. Yeah. Easily, the furtive shrimp, so easily forgotten. Notably non-notable. Yeah, like in the almost anomalously unnotable. That's a pretty good P. That is correct, Wasteland Mad God. That is correct. Now, me and Kari are being very sarcastic here. You and you're well hydrated. Thing's already empty. I thought I had a ton of ink left in this one. I can fill it off again pretty quickly. Hello, Fuyugaki! Yep, this is... Sorry, off Lightbox screen here for a second. I think I am due for a character study, which it's possible that I'm only saying that because if I do a character study, then that means that I don't have to learn embellishment, which is like where I really need to be going as a streamer, not as a streamer, as a calligrapher. That's like the really important thing for me to be working on would be embellishment and like marginalia. And I just don't want to. So I'm not. Because that's annoying. Hello, Beautiful Angel. How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight? Yes, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Keith. Did I know that emeralds are really weak rocks? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I am quite sick, Blue. I am quite sick. I'd been feeling sick for most of the last week, and I appear to have taken a turn for the worse. But I said I would stream, so I'm here. I don't feel that bad. As in, they'll ship fairly easily. Okay. What freezing would that be? Is that brittleness? It's not softness. Softness is how easily they scratch. That's interesting. That's interesting. So they cleave easily. Yeah, Moses scratch resistance. Moses scratch resistance, not like not cleave resistance. And not shearing resistance, right? Like, because there's like a bunch of different ways that something can be strong, right? Like scratching versus cleaving versus shearing. You know, you can, what's the other terms? I don't remember my engineering terms, because I never took any actual engineering courses. I just watched YouTube videos about engineering. Because, like, shearing is like this, but then there's, you know, there's bending and twisting resistance as well, right? There's bending and twisting, yeah. Almost sounds like a person whose idea of getting some rest is going for a run or doing dinner prep. I mean, that's true. That's true. Yeah, deformation, again, yeah, I mean, you would consider it, you consider it for general material science. So if you're trying to think about using a gem for something else, you might. But I don't, and I mean, also if you're thinking about how you would break a gem, right, for like creating different things, you know, oh, I'm gonna, and it's worth saying, I don't know a lot about gems, right? It's probably worth being like pretty clear. I know very little about gems. To me, gems are like, I kind of think a little bit about the chemistry of gems. Hello, Goddess Irene. Hello. The oil will come off and it'll look like frosted glass. That's neat. That's neat. That's neat. Yeah, yeah. I'm seeing how I feel. I'm gonna do my 3 traditional warm-up sentences. And then see how I feel about my calligraphy, because I'm feeling pretty under the weather and my calligraphy has been feeling really crappy lately. Like, I've got a couple of commissions that I haven't finished because I've done drafts of them and they're just not good. Yeah, I like this W shape. I like this W shape. Yeah. Well, I mean, as Mad God, I think understands the type of person I am at a pretty profound level. I'm really bad at resting. I think people have probably figured this out about me. But I am just very bad at resting in general. I find it very difficult to relax and like just chill out. And in particular, I put down a schedule where I was going to be streaming tonight and tomorrow night. And if I don't do those streams, I will just feel guilty, right? That's like the big thing. It's like I will do these streams, or I will feel really guilty about not doing them, and I won't be able to relax. I'll be stressed out. If I just like leave stream right now and just like try to do things on my own that are nice for me, I will just feel stressed out. I'll feel considerably more stressed out than if I'm here. It's not really that goddess siren. Keith, I do find this interesting. I don't want to like act like I'm like glazing over this. I still don't have like a lot of follow-up. I've heard that called Emerald, but I don't know. Well, I mean, that's actually what I'm thinking about, Keith, right? Is, and Goddess Cyrene, it's... How do I put this? How do I put this? I really like streaming. To me, streaming has been more of a vocation than almost anything else I've ever done. I don't feel like I am clocking in at work. I feel like I am an extrovert. It's true. It's true. Spelling mistake. But no, this is generally really good for my mental health to be here. And the fact that it is something that I am treating as a career makes it possible for me to feel like I am making good forward progress by showing up. Well, I mean, to me, Wasteland, right? To me. I feel like I'm making promises to myself, right? And that this is a form of productivity, right? And like I will admit, this is not necessarily like a good set of habits, right? Like I think anybody who's over a certain age will recognize this as I am a workaholic. Like it's like I am not a person who is known for healthy work-life balances in much of my life. And in other parts of my life, in other phases of my life, I've maintained a healthy work-life balance largely by total contempt for my work. I've definitely worked jobs where I did not think that what I was doing was good or worthwhile. And then it was pretty easy to just be like, all right, I clock in and I clock out and then I don't think about it. But when I've had jobs that I've believed in, I gravitate towards like 100-hour work weeks. And if anything, like my schedule that I keep in VTubing, it's actually less than I would do, right? It's actually less than that I would naturally gravitate towards. If like it is, I calibrate my schedule, not necessarily well, but like not like super scientifically, but I do try to balance my schedule so that I'm doing enough non-stream things that I don't get burned out. Yeah, and I'm not overwhelmed, Skylar. It's worth pointing out that I'm not feeling emotionally or mentally overwhelmed. It is, I am physically sick, is what it is. Physically, I am feeling pretty miserable. Not enough to stop me from streaming. Maybe enough to stop me from streaming for 8 hours. I say as I might actually stream for 8 hours. Well, it's the dopamine, it's the, I'm inclined to think it might be norepinephrine. My experiences have biased me towards thinking that I have a norepinephrine problem more than anything else. But yeah, you know, I think about, you know, the high school teacher who spends 100 hours a week and like is buying additional supplies for the kids outside of school and stuff like that. Like, that said, there's another thing. Oh, the norepinephrine. Oh my god. I didn't raid. I was talking to I got reminded of the clip of me trying to do an Australian accent, and oh my god, I'm gonna strangle that fox one of these days. Because she has the clip shout out, and I fucking hate it. Because I do not like being reminded of my attempt to do an Australian accent. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, Wasteland Mad God, right? I'm kind of like making a bit of a decision between you know, physical and mental health. I'm making kind of a gamble that, like, I'm not going to get... that this isn't going to negatively affect my physical health that badly for me to stream. That's kind of, like, part of the guess that I... that's kind of part of my logic here, is it's like, yes, it's... like, I need sleep, but I wasn't going to sleep anyway. I need to be awake at some point during the day. And I could... there's non-stream things I could do that would be perfectly productive. Right? I actually have... I've got work for my other job to do. I mentioned before that I think I am due for... one, I'm really due for doing a bunch of embellishment. Oh, the captain! The captain! Thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you for the 2 months. That's very kind of you. I guess I hope. Yeah, it's always a bit of a trouble thing. That's always a bit of a... you know, how much motivated reasoning am I doing, right? I will say that from a okay, Tohu, have a good night, have a good night. From a physical perspective, what tends to be limiting with the calligraphy streams, there's a couple of parts of a calligraphy stream that wind up being limiting, from a physical standpoint. The first, and it's usually the most important one, is my lower back. You know, it's hard for me to maintain, like, a proper chest forward, neck back upright posture while also crouching over a light box. That's really hard to do. And so I don't, and so that hurts my lower back. And the other part is, I could probably deal with this by getting a better desk setup, but I end up pinching this after a while. After a couple of hours of calligraphy, I end up pinching that nerve. Because it's resting on a hard surface lower on the desk. And it's possible I could probably lay out my desk and how I'm sitting such that that's not a very serious concern, but I haven't gotten that down. Oh, and then there's a third concern, which is, my room is very poorly insulated and I'm used to moving a lot. So, it's pretty common for me to, get really cold while streaming. Yeah, Blue. Well, and I mean, the other thing that would really... I'm not doing it right now very well because my wallet is at the other side of my room. But I usually put my wallet underneath the light box so that I'm writing at more of an elevated angle, and that tends to make it a little bit easier. And what I really would need is I would really want, like, to make it so that, like, my elbow is resting off of the desk. Like the actual elbow itself. That requires I be like kind of like this angle, and I gotta start cocking my body. Let's see if I can actually like maintain this for any length of time. This might pinch in a different location. But yeah, in terms of stuff I would be doing off of stream, one, I've still got VOD labeling to do. I still have VOD labeling to do. Cracking the... There we go. Keith, I don't know, is straighten your what? Yeah, I've thought about getting like straighten your pen. Okay. So traditionally when you do calligraphy, you don't actually do it on a flat surface. Like at all. You use a drafting table. And I just haven't decided what kind of drafting table I would like. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking about. It was like a portable one, like you know, like a 20-inch one, right? I do think that if I started to use that though, I'd need to like really change my camera layout. There's a real chance I might be dead within 40 hours. I still might outlive you. I mean, that's always a possibility, right? I think I'm gonna be... I'm not that worried, Wasteland. I'm not that worried, about myself. I'm just uncomfortable. I'm also pretty optimistic on your side, Wasteland Mad God, as an aside. Admittedly, I'm not a doctor, so let alone your doctor. But I'm hoping I'll see you Thursday. Well, probably not Thursday, actually, but I'm hoping I'll see you Monday. Interesting, Keith. Yeah, no, I definitely have knee problems. And every man in my family has back problems. Like for the men in my family, the back problems kick in when we're like 14. It's like all of them. It's amazing how consistent it is. Oh yeah, no, yeah, like for the men in my family, start getting back pain like as soon as they like hit their adult height. Yeah, it's to put together a scriptorium. And I mean, here's the thing, right, is, actually, hold on, I'm just gonna make a very content brain thing. I don't tend to get to catch Mia very often. Mia the calligrapher is, as far as I know, the only other calligraphy VTuber. She's not even a VTuber. The only other calligraphy streamer. Period. As far as I know, that they're the only other one. And somebody asked, like, are there any other calligraphy streamers? And I was just like, oh, it would be so crass to self-promote right now. It would be so crass to self-promote right now. Yeah, no. Pretty much most of me and my family, you know, hit like 6 foot when we were in like elementary school. I only gained, I think, 2 inches of height in my life after elementary school. Early bloomers. Stop growing around 16. Oh. Well, and here's the part that's like a little bit crazy to me that I've been thinking about is that, like, based on my family history and my own health habits, it's not actually a lot of luck. It's only like a medium amount of luck for me to live to 100. Like, I would be beating the odds, but not by a lot. And that's like I don't know, it's like a weird thing for me to wrap my head around. It makes thinking about retirement planning really miserable. Like, but I don't know. I was just kind of thinking about it because I have some friends who are very unlikely to live that long. Even some friends who are like quite a bit younger are almost certainly going to predecease me. Last few years of her life was not good quality. It's difficult to tell because the people in my family history that I have the most obvious relationships to made it to their 90s as smokers. So the fact that my family stopped smoking about a generation up from me, and they're all still alive. They're all still alive. And so it's hard to tell, right? And a lot of them are in quite good health. You know, there's people in their 70s who are running, 20 kilometers a week. Kind of health. A merry life, but a short one. I didn't play Armored Core 4. Or Ace Combat 4, for that matter. And I don't know. I was a very, depressed... Hello, Wonder in the Dark. I was a very depressed kid. So the idea of me making it just even to adulthood felt crazy to me at a certain point in my life. But my life has largely gotten better as I've gotten older. And that's not even unusual, I think, for my family. Like in real, like after like 80 or 90, family members tend to have pretty rough health, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't think very hard about Assassin's Creed. Oh my god, we're on to the second ad break already. That was fast. I'm not going to finish these sentences because I didn't space them out properly enough, so... Okay, so, okay, got 4 minutes until ads. I'm just worried about the world getting worse, to be honest. I'm not worried about myself particularly. Well, sometimes I am, but, I think I live a really lovely life right now, and I think I'm doing things that make other people's lives better. And I'd like to be able to keep doing that as long as possible. And I'm worried less about, like, my own health decline than I am about, like, just the economic and political situation making it untenable for me to continue doing what I love. Okay. All right. So here's so chat room, chatterunskis, chatters, my people, my students, Romans, countrymen, quirites. My calligraphy is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I might just be undercritical. This is really bad up here. This sucks. But it's not as bad as I was worried about. That's very sweet of you to say, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I am holding myself to some pretty harsh standards. And that's not the point. The point is, do I keep practicing, or do I Dark Souls? Yeah, Theo, I think can tell. Okay, so I will tell you, the big problem up here is lack of parallels. Is that they're not parallel. That's the biggest thing. That drives me nuts. I don't actually, there's some feathering here, but I don't feel like that's a personal skill issue, so I'm not as bothered by it. My Z's are terrible today. They're extended very weird. Contact failure here, which is a skill issue, but not one that I'm too bothered by, because I sometimes think it looks kind of cool. There was a misalignment. Bad C form right there. That's an actual skill issue. Misalignment over here. I just fucked up to say it completely. But yes, the parallels is the biggest thing. The parallels is the biggest thing. But yes, I'm mostly thinking about whether or not I just switch over to Dark Souls. Please folks, just like give me your thoughts, because I am like on coin flip right now. To me, it's just a coin flip, kind of thing. I could go either way. Hard to read. That's normal in calligraphy. But yes, we're going over to the ad break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Unfortunately, you are indifferent. Lol. Thank you, Theo. Thank you for the honesty. But I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. I'm actually back on a timely fashion. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Yeah. This is unusual for me, right? Usually I'm a little bit late. But yeah, people are... I know that people aren't really too worried about the... Thank you, Kari. I did understand the reference. That was a reach. Hold on a second here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I use a 3.8 millimeter for the raid message, that means I'm predicting that I'll have 5 or 6 raiders, and we've already had 1, but we're at the 2-hour mark, so that actually sounds kind of reasonable to me. Unless, like, I get raided by a Nari or some shit. Okay, hold a second. This seems like a good time to test out how Hakesume does at 3.8. Okay, you love seeing the process. Okay, thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. What I was going to say was that I feel, in general, I think that this winds up in a kind of interesting place. They'll upset me or upset chat. Not entirely. What it is that, I know that my calligraphy has not been particularly good for a couple of weeks, and there's an extent to which that can only be solved by doing more of it. And the other side of it is that, I can feel Dark Souls pulling on me like the goddamn Green Goblin mask. That's how it feels to me, is that it feels like the... You know, it feels like it's just like pulling at me. And I'm trying... I don't want to, like, do too much of it, because last year, I did Dark Souls... like, I did 20 dark... I did, what was it, 13, 14 Dark Souls streams in a row without any alterations in the stream schedule. It was almost all of March. It was like 2/3, 3/4 of March of 2025 was just me just doing Dark Souls over and over and over again. It did kind of burn me out, so I don't want to do that again, and I also, you know, I kind of want to keep up the variety stream. Like, I kind of want to keep up myself as a variety streamer. So it's the competition between, like, being a bit nerd sniped. I love streaming Dark Souls. As you have intuited, I feast on your tears. But... And yeah, Theo, I love researching my games. Dark Souls is a very interesting one. Oh, a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I've said classroom. But I don't actually stick to it very much. There is a standard, there is a standard by which, people talk about VTubers. It's a form of measuring a VTuber's skill that emphasizes a VTuber's capabilities at, like, maintaining kayfabe. And, like, having lore and all this stuff. And under that rubric, which is a rubric that I understand that it exists, but I am not applying it to myself, or at least I do not rate it. I do not weigh it importantly. Under that rubric, I'm a terrible VTuber. I think I'm a pretty decent streamer overall, but under that rubric, I'm a really bad one. Hello, Zetsune Alpha. I don't even think it's a meta. It's just a matter of taste, right? This is a matter of, like, what a person likes, right? And I don't really care, right? Oh, Rinnies! Rinnies, okay, does that mean that Neb is also coming, or was Neb not also streaming? Hello, Rinnies, and hello, Neb, and hello, Asleria, and Gwaint, and Igner. Hello. What were you guys? I was watching, but I wasn't. How was Dead Island? How was Dead Island? Neb had technical issues. I see. Poor Neb. How are you doing, Rinnies? For my people, you will probably like Rinnies. I know from experience from some of the people who watch me talking about who they like to watch, I know that people who like me like Rinnies. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, an old man who loveth old things. Gwain D just subscribed for 13 months. Thank you very much, Gwain. Thank you. Feeling bad for Neb? Okay. Until things go else. Good. Good. We're off to a slow start. I will tell you up front, I am quite physically ill. And it's definitely sapping my energy. It's definitely, like, dragging me down. So, For the Raiders, I didn't finish the actual thought here. I am mostly a handcam streamer. This is my handwriting. I am doing one of my favorite things to do, which is to do a thank you letter to all of the Raiders, which you are actually the second raid of the night, so you'll have to stay here a moment if you want to see me write Rinnies. Yeah, I think something really nasty is going around. I thought I was on the mend, and then I took a nap and I woke up and I felt really a lot worse than I did before the nap. I had to cancel a stream Thursday because I felt too bad. Yeah, hello Big Mama Chunk, also another streamer. Hello. Yeah, it's respiratory. It's something respiratory is going around. To me, it feels like COVID. My sense of taste is ruined. I'm very sad that I'm actually sad that it's not COVID, because if it was COVID, I would be able to get a Paxlovid prescription, and Paxlovid is incredible. Guys, please test yourself for COVID as soon as you feel like you might have a COVID infection, because if you can get Paxlovid, Paxlovid is a miracle. Paxlovid is a miracle drug. You really, really want that. Paxlovid is frankly more impressive than the vaccines. The COVID vaccine is very impressive. Paxlovid is crazy. And for some reason, people don't know that Paxilvid exists, so this is your PSA that Paxilvid exists and is really, really good. Paxilvid is a, ooh, yeah, I've not had Legevrio. I've had Paxilvid, I've not had Legevrio. Paxilvid is a, antiviral. It's really actually a combination of multiple antivirals. So I want you to think, Galaxy Wolfstar about, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. Think about a car going down a highway. And think about that's a COVID infection in your body. Okay, think about you have a COVID infection in your body, and it's like a car going down the highway. Paxilvid is like putting a brick wall on that highway. It is to COVID symptoms what a solid building made out of brick is to a car moving at 60 miles an hour. It is wild. It is absolutely wild. The one time I got a Paxilvid prescription, I think it was 20 minutes for me to be at 0 symptoms. It was completely nuts. It was one of the most insane experiences I've ever had with medication in my life. But yes. Sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent there about a medication I have a lot of belief in. Aquatic Dragon Zero, thank you for the follow. Yes, I am doing calligraphy. I think my quality is pretty uneven today. Calligraphy is definitely my strongest art form. And I'm weighing whether or not the cans are about the size of a human head. That's so American. Obviously, Rennies, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. But if you want to stick around and watch a little bit of calligraphy, and what I'm currently doing right now, I'm gonna do my thank you for raiding messages. But I am genuinely weighing whether or not I want to play Dark Souls. And I must warn you folks, I am a really bad Dark Souls player. More akin to slowing down a speeding car. I mean, I'm just always trying to come up with an analogy that quite properly expresses... Also, hello, Turi. That quite properly expresses how dramatically it shifted the actual lived experience of having COVID. Because I've had 3 medications in my life that worked so effectively it like changed my mind. Like I am pounding Sudafed like crazy, and I would say Sudafed is reducing my congestion by like 20%, right? Which is worth doing. That's like enough to be worth it. That's enough for it to be worth it. But I've had 3 drugs that just like did exactly what they said on the tin, and it was like life changing. Yeah, Pax was incredible. Yeah, the shrimp phone. Yeah. The other 2 were Ambien and Ketorolac. I've had multiple COVID infections, Theo. One of my COVID infections actually led to me becoming a VTuber, which I always think is kind of funny. Hello, Wee Biscuit. Hello, Wee Biscuit. Pax was key in getting me healthy enough at the beginning of the year. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. That's really good. Okay, gotta... So, Rinnie's was raid number 2, but raid number 1 was CL Scrivener. I've had one COVID infection that damn near killed me, and that one was in like 2022. That one like damn near killed me. That one I was like, that one was scary. And that one led to me becoming a VTuber, right? Transformational life experience, that one. I've had some COVID infections that were not that bad, but, that one was really bad. Probably 4. It's not, there's a couple, there's at least one infection that I'm like willing to count, but I didn't get a positive test result because it was in like February of like 2020. And so COVID tests weren't available in the United States at all. But it was almost certainly COVID. Okay. Crap. Yeah, I appear to actually be pretty vulnerable to COVID. Which is a bit annoying because I'm normally like fairly tough. Got a bit of a dwarven constitution, normally speaking. But yeah, I tend to not be that great at dealing with respiratory infections. Which is why I tend to mask. I'm a Okay, have a good night. Have a good night, Wasteland Mad God. Sleep well, sleep well. Sleep well. Again, good luck. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will hopefully see you Monday or Tuesday of next week. All right? And then Rinnies. Feeling a little bit more confident about this R than I usually would. Capital R's are a real challenge for me. Oh, excellent timing. Excellent timing. Kit Cataclysm and Chaotica. A pleasure to meet you both. Welcome in, Raiders. Incredible double timing. I'm assuming this was an intentional double raid. If so, you guys did a really good job. But welcome in. And I now don't like that. I just said I was confident about this capital R going into it. For the... Hold on, let me handle the shoutouts. Give me a second here. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Cataclysm and Chaotica. Thank you for the follows. And hello, Young Lee 2101. Welcome in. Let's do the shout out Cataclysm, shout out Chaotica. Writing and reading. What were you guys doing? Oh, okay, we're just still getting follow notifications. Young Lee, thank you for the follow as well. I missed that. What were you guys doing? For the Raiders, I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy. I am a handcammer, in general. People tell me they like these hands, so I get to show them off. That is very cool, Chaotica and Cataclysm. So fiction writing. Okay. I write pretty regularly. My other job is that I am a nonfiction editor, and I don't know how obvious this is to people, but one of those perks of being an editor, or duties of being an editor, as it is that you get published quite a bit, because you are the one partially in charge of making decisions about who gets published. And so when my publication needs something, it's pretty typical that I will end up writing an article when we need to bulk up an issue. But I write nonfiction primarily. I've never written fiction. I've not never written fiction, but I think I've got a piece of fiction that's in publication pipeline right now, and I'm kind of shocked because I thought it was just kind of okay, but the people I submitted it to liked it a lot. But I am mostly a nonfiction writer. Content writer and stand-in for a smaller paper. Yeah. I am. Yeah, it's a tough world in the publishing world. Hence why, I try to make money VTubing. But yes, I am mostly a calligrapher over here. I also paint models and video. I do game a fair amount, but it is mostly city builders of late, and city builders have been wonderful for me. But yes, thank you for stopping by. What were the prompts? That's one of those things that I keep on trying. I've got a lot of friends who like the idea of being a writer, but they always seem to want to start with an 800-page fantasy epic. And I don't think this is wise. Okay, let's see if I can do a decent job on a capital K. Chat votes on this, and this was the prompt for this week. A woman has been dating a guy after guy, but it never seems to work out. She's unaware that she's actually been dating the same guy over and over. He's a shapeshifter. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. That's interesting. Yeah. My big belief. I mean, Turi, to be honest, my big thing about it is like finishing projects is a skill. That's actually like a huge part of this, is that finishing projects is a skill, and you can get the practice on finishing projects by writing short stories or short articles. That's like a huge part of it to me. The other part of it is that learning how to take edits and how to respond to editing is like more important than being able to produce prose. Being able to just produce prose in bulk is actually one of the easiest parts. It has a very low, it is very low on the hierarchy in terms of skills. Yeah, I like that shapeshifter prompt. I actually rather like romances as stories, and one of my favorite rom-coms is, as one I've thought about quite a bit, is Palm Springs. One of the few movies that I like so much that I just like watched again like almost immediately. And the plot of Palm Springs is that Andy Samberg has gone to a wedding. That's the main character is played by Andy Samberg, and I can't remember the other actors. Andy Samberg has gone to a wedding, and he is now trapped in a time loop of the day of the wedding. He goes to whatever happens whenever he goes to sleep. Whenever he loses consciousness, he wakes up again at the start of the wedding, on the morning of the wedding. I mean, that's the plot. That's the plot. Is like, so the thing is that he gets trapped in there, and another woman, a woman at the wedding, also gets stuck in the time loop after he's been in there for a while. He's been in there for a while, and she also, at a later point, gets stuck in the time loop. That's kind of the first event of the story of the movie as you experience it as a watcher. Is that she gets pulled into the time loop. And it's a rom-com, right? I don't really need to like tell you that that's kind of like there's actually a third person in there, but played by Tenzin from Legend of Korra. J. Jonah Jameson. I forget the actor's name. And he's pissed. He's pissed. He hates it. He hates it so much. But yeah. The recurrence, right, as in a romance, right? It makes me think a lot about Nietzsche. Yeah, J.K. Simmons. J.K. Simmons. Thank you. J.K. Simmons. I only watched the first episode of Infinity Train. I never watched the rest of it. I did like that first episode. And hello, Arrow. Hello, 123 Arrow 25. Hello. Who was he in Gravity? Was he, he was the other Grunkle, right? He was Ford. Yes, he was Ford. He was Grunkle Ford. Yeah. I don't even remember. I thought it was the pilot because I thought I watched it before it was like released into a show. I just remember the bone-deep wariness of the main character. That's what I really remember about it. Yeah, I never watched Steins Gate. I don't really know anything about Steins Gate. The only thing I know about Steins Gate is that I think Mix hates it more than like any other TV show that's ever been made. I don't think she's on the train at the start of the episode. And hello, Flea Flicker. That's gonna kill me, Turi. It took so much effort to get me to watch Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. I watched the first 2 episodes of Higurashi no Nakokoro ni, and I was just like, I can't do this, man. I think she boards the train at the end. I think. It's been a long time, man. I saw it like before it was. I thought the TV show hadn't even been finished. Wasn't like pre-production when I saw it. But yes, here you are, Cataclysm, and let me get in Chaotica. Am I saying that correctly? Is it? I'm saying it like it's CHAO. Or is it supposed to be like Chaotica, Sciatica? Is it the Chinese C? Sciatica? Sciatica? Okay. All right, then keep your secrets. Oh yeah, hello pregnant Adam Sandler. Mine's low. Mine's low. Yes, Dizzy Chicken, I have. Yeah, it's a great name. Yeah, I have like a very low tolerance for, I shouldn't say tolerance. Budget. I have a very low budget for like sitting down and watching a TV show. And it's gotten way lower as I've gotten older. I would say at this point in my life, the amount of like TV show or movie I want to watch in a week is like 15 minutes. And if I watch more than like 15 minutes, I get like really bored and like my mind goes from like, oh, I'm curious to what happens in the next episode to like, I want to be, I want to be doing like something else. Well, and Terry, here's the funny part, right? Is that like one of my favorite shows of all time is Adventure Time. And I am a heretic. I think Adventure Time largely, not uniformly, but largely gets better as it goes on. I love Adventure Time. I love Adventure Time. Might be my favorite show. And the thing is though, is that like Adventure Time doesn't start out boring. Like Adventure Time's first episode's really good. Like I don't know how many actually bad episodes there are. There are quite a few people, pregnant Adam Sandler, that thinks that Adventure Time was only good for like the first 2 seasons. There are quite a few people who think that Adventure Time was good when it is just random adventures that don't have any sort of like connecting plot or themes. But I actually think that like, I think that there are some arcs that are weaker as it goes on, but I think overall the show strengthens itself, and I think the finale is like incredibly strong. I think the final arc is incredibly strong. Oh, Likaios! Likaios, okay, I was not expecting this. Likaios. Likaios. Hello, Likaios. Hello, my dear. Likaios EXE. What were you up to, my dear? Oh, what were you working on? What were you working on? Folks, first of all, let me do my own spiel before I sell Likaios, but I think that my folks, I think that some of the people who really like me are going to really like Likaios. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who love old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. This is my thank you for rating message, and I'm still catching up on the last 2 raiders, who double rated me. Thank you all very much for coming in. And Oh, Kirby Papercraft. Yes, yes, folks. This is what I want to tell people. I think a lot of the people who like watching me for my hand cams, because I'm primarily a calligrapher. I also paint miniatures. Here's my most recent one. I like to paint little guys, mostly little Roman guys. Mostly little Roman guys. I paint lots of little Roman guys. I do calligraphy. I haven't at this point, like over a year, but I do like doing origami. But I've done one knitting stream so far. And yes, I am mostly a traditional arts guy. I do game sometimes. Tomorrow's probably going to be a painting stream. Tomorrow's planned to be a painting stream. For my folks, I like Lee Kaios' streams a lot. I find them to be something of an inspiration. Zana Lander, thank you for the follow. I definitely am looking at Lee Kaios' streams and thinking about what I can do and what I can learn from her. Lee Kaios' streams are that she primarily does she sews. She sews cosplay. Is what she does. And it's really cool. I think she does a really good job. So if you want another chill background chatty hobby streamer doing like physical hobbies that you can co-work to, Lee Kaios, it's hard to do better than Lee Kaios. It is hard to do better than Lee Kaios. She's wonderful. Oh my goodness. Okay, potato bun stew. Okay, I am now formally out of space. I am now out of space. Hello, potato bun stew. Sorry, I just knocked over my box of syringes. Hold on a second. I have to clean this up first, or I will break something. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. For filling my calligraphy pens. For filling my pens. I've used two tonight. But yes, let me get in the shoutouts. Potato bun stew. What were you up to, Stu? Lonesome Village. Excellent. Yeah, it's not an open sharps container. No. No, so it's a tin full of blunt tips. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who must love old thing. I do a lot of calligraphy, as you can see right now, as I am trying to catch up on the people whomst have rated me in this stream, and at the 2-hour mark, only one person had rated me, so it's been coming hard and fast. Now your programs are set up so scratch. That happens. But thank you for stopping by. How was Lonesome Village? The coziest. Oh, this is the coziest stream? Aw, that's very sweet. It's been what now? I've now lost track, and now I don't know it. No, I don't know what I was asking about. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do some hand stretching because I can feel a little twinge in the back of my hand. Oh, thank you, Chaotica. My goal as a streamer, my goal as a streamer, my ambition as a streamer, or vision, I should say, is I want to do cozy content. I want to have a cozy vibe without being boring. My kind of angry hot take is that because people find me cozy, I was doing research on cozy games. When I was early in streaming, I was doing research and like looking around at like cozy games and like comfy games and stuff like that. And I kind of noticed something, which is that a lot of cozy games are really boring. And I think that a fair number of people who make cozy games don't respect their audience. I think they know that the type of person who plays cozy games is not likely to be a harsh critic, and that the community has a bit of a toxic positivity problem, and that this means that you can do really crappy asset flips, and get away with it. And make games that are... take a 4-hour game and then just add a bunch of really annoying crafting loops to make it a 30-hour game, and then nobody will be able to leave bad reviews until they've played like 30-40 hours, and the community tends to be kind of undercritical. And noticing that gave me a... noticing that has given me a bit of a that artistic spite, right? Like I think people are probably familiar with this, that like when you're like a lot of artists are kind of motivated by a certain degree of spitefulness, and it has given me that, right? That I want to be making streams that are cozy, but are not boring. Right, like, I think I achieved that mostly because I am such a big goddamn history nerd that people will come here and I will very happily talk about... The Roman Republic is really the kind of most famous topic for me to talk about, but, you know, I will very happily talk about bureaucratic theory, and I have quite a bit of philosophy background. I was never a philosopher by training in any stretch of the imagination, but I was a, but when you are studying history and sociology, you end up, just because of how the coursework works out, you do read Foucault, right? You do read Foucault and, Dewey and Lippmann, and obviously, like, Plato and Descartes. Those are just like expected parts of having a history education, and having a sociology education. Oh my god, I think about it so much. Ed Milligan, The Republic. You like Kant? I am in the Kant hater category. And yeah, like I was thinking about this. I was talking with Mimi, Madra Mimi, about this the other day. Like, what is a cozy game, right? Because Mimi was noticing that cozy game, there's a bunch of different like lineages of cozy games that have all kind of converged into this cozy umbrella. And the one thing to note here, of course, is that genres are always ex post facto. The default way that a genre exists is not that like somebody like came up with a mission and then derived a bunch of games or movies or books from it, but that somebody noticed that a bunch of independently created ideas had a similar audience. And I kind of think the thing that might actually be the most important to a cozy game is the soundscape. Like there's a cozy sound, right? There's a sound of cozy gaming. And like if you have the sound of cozy gaming, you can get away with a lot. Because it's not actually just like whether or not a game is like stressful versus not. You know, because kind of famously, like, Stardew is like the cozy game, and Stardew is like famously incredibly stressful. There's the famous tweet of, like, me and my girlfriend started up Stardew, and I thought it was going to be a nice, relaxing time, and then it turns out that she runs this farm like it's the fucking Navy. Yeah, time management game, so incredibly relaxing, yeah. And it's one of those things that's really funny, is like, my most recently streamed game was Dark Souls, and I'm probably gonna be streaming that, if not later this week, then certainly Sunday. Certainly this coming Sunday. I find Dark Souls pretty relaxing. Meanwhile, Timberborn. I've streamed a lot of Timberborn. Timberborn stresses me out so much. Timberborn stresses me out so fucking much. Honestly, one of the most stressful games I've played. Have a good night, Dizzy. On my server, Gamer Jail. On my server, unless you want it unless you're trying to suggest like stream games, then put that in the suggestions channel. There's suggestion channels for things that you want me to change, but if you just want to talk about a game, that's what Gamer Jail is for. Not super happy with these E's. Sorry about the Lykios. Yeah. Well, it's because in Timberborn, you often don't know how badly you are screwed until it is way too late. That's the big thing, right? That is the big thing. There's Lykios. We are about to get hit. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to use the snooze. Why not? Why shouldn't I use the snooze? Comfortable bringing it up. I don't know why you would think a game would be uncomfortable to bring up around here. Like, I talk about Katawa Shoujo, and I don't know, like, how... Unless you're gonna say, like, Orc Massage. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just don't have a lot to say about it. You're not the only person. I think Archibald and Bug want me to play Rain World as well. Okay. Potato Bun Stew is a pretty long name. But yeah, I mean, the game that I find the most, relaxing, it doesn't take me, I mean, from my perspective, Potato Bun Stew is easy. Potato Bun Stew is easy. That rolls off the tongue. That is not a challenging name for me. That just falls right off the tongue. Potato Bun Stew. Very easy. Tater. Hello, Noir. Hold on. Let me give a shout out to Miss Noir. How was rating, my dear? Super Mega Baseball. Made a little progress? I mean, any progress is pretty good when you're actually at the rating level. Not bad. I misestimated how many raters I would get, so I've had to go over to a second sheet. I feel like my calligraphy is very weak today, but I've also been... I feel like I'm several weeks in a slump on my calligraphy, so I might not be objective at this point, but I do think my sickness is affecting me. Anything too strict, you never finish. Interesting. Yeah, I never actually finished what I was going to say, which is the most relaxing game for me is Warframe. Like, the games that I fire up if I just want to, like, veg out and vibe and, like, relax, are Warframe, Deep Rock Galactic, Helldivers, Payday, like, those are what I find to be, like, the relaxing games. I relax so you... Yeah, so my thought, Potato Bun Stew, my belief is that it's an ADHD thing, right? Is that kind of the thing that defines ADHD is that you're sort of a person with ADHD, which would include me, their floor for stimulation is higher. I usually play it like, if I'm solo diving, 5 or 6. If I'm playing with other people, 7 or 8. I have shocked and horrified people with my doctrine, is what has happened here. Yeah, my understanding of ADHD, as a person who has very bad ADHD, is that the floor for stimulation is raised. Is that you have a higher floor for minimum stimulation. And Warframe is like, that is the game that gets me to, that's like the game that is the most reliable at getting me to like the minimum level of stimulation for me to actually relax. And it's kind of funny because I don't even think of it as a grinding game because I finished my grind like 4 years ago. I don't grind in Warframe, I just play Warframe. Truckin' and fucking is all Noir craves. Yeah. If it's a stream suggestion, put in suggestions. If you just want to talk about it as a gamer jail. Gamer jail is much more of a suggestions place. I'm sorry, much more of a discussion place. I would just say gamer jail. If you're stressing out about it, just do gamer jail. Okay, I've already used a snooze, and we're going to add, so here you are, Potato Bun Stew. I am going to get up and use the bathroom because I'm an old man. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll put up a fan art gallery. If you want to watch the ads and snitch on the ads to me, please do so. Warframe looks beautiful. Warframe is beautiful. I'm so amazed with Warframe. One of my favorite things about Warframe is that the lead dev, DE Steve, he's not the lead dev anymore. Rebecca is now the lead. But for years, the lead dev was DE Steve, and Steve doesn't actually like video games. It's the funniest thing to me on the planet. Steve is not a gamer. There are all these interviews where like he's a graphics cards guy. He's a graphics drivers guy, actually, even more specifically. And so there's all these interviews where they're interviewing DE Steve, and like they'll be asking questions, and he'll be like, yeah, we've got this idea for this new frame, and there's this new storyline we're coming up with. And it's like, and then like somebody will ask him a question that like touches on graphics optimization, and you can see him just like light up, just instantaneously like activated. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny. Yeah, that's a yeah, different people have like different tolerances for this, right? Like a lot of friends who I really love hate Warframe because it's too stimmy for them. For me, it's just a game about being a flippy ninja, flying around and shooting stuff. And to me, it just feels fantastic. It just feels great. Okay, I missed the manual ad activation, so I'm just gonna have to wait for it to auto activate. But yeah, it's Monster Hunter's similar. Monster Hunter's similar. But yeah, it's like these kind of like open-ended, like you do missions games are the ones that like I relax the most with. You like complex building systems? I think Soulframe's too slow. I don't like Soulframe. I don't hate Soulframe, but it's Warframe minus a lot of the stuff that I love. So much of what I love about Warframe is the mobility system, and I would much rather have a game that Soulframe keeps a lot of the other stuff in Warframe and gets rid of the mobility system, and I would much rather have the exact opposite. Okay. We are in ads. I'm going to put up the BRB screen, but we'll be back. I am back, I am back, I am back. Here you are, Potato Bun Stew, if you have not already gone to bed. But yes, you can definitely see your full name here. Oh yeah, Warframe has changed a lot in the last 13 years. And that was the message. We did recently get the 13th anniversary DM from the Lotus. And I've been playing for most of that. I was not early enough to be like a founder. I was not early enough to be founder, but like I think I probably missed founder by like less than 6 months. So I've been playing it for like 12 years off and on. And it's really funny to me that it's talked about as a grinding game, because I'm pretty sure that to me it stopped being a grinding game and just became like a game that I play because I enjoy the play experience as of like by 2018 probably. Hello Mara Mara. Hello Mara Mara. Hold on a second. Hello and good night, Matthew. Thank you for the 17 months. That's so generous of you. That's so generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here for 17 months, Matthew. But yes, have a good night. Have a good night. It is late o'clock for both of us. 17 months. And Blue Rose, thank you for the watch streak. Yes, it is quite late o'clock for you. It's quite late o'clock for you. Do gotta think about what I want to do right now. Let me rub my eyes here for a second. Okay. Sorry, just had to rub my eyes a little bit there. But yes. Which might imply that maybe I shouldn't be up too much longer. Okay, and watching from the sides. Well, we'll come back then, Galaxy Wolfstar. Welcome back. Yeah. You're pretty funny, Galaxy Wolfstar. Okay. Oh. I don't know what to write. I don't know what to work on. One second here. Let's see. What are you inked up with? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Yamabudo. Okay, it's Yamabudo. Yamabudo and Are you even inked up? That's Sailor. That's Sailor. Write the name of my favorite frame. It's what Nick before? It was Nick before? I don't understand, Lofehi. Could you rewrite that? This inked might have been what you're asking about. What ink is in this? This one has Yamabudo, which is a purple. This one has Sailor. Sailor Black, which I do not like at all. My favorite frame in terms of play style is definitely Gara. Definitely Gara. Well, it occurs to me that I should write that happy birthday message for my friend Inari, because I meant to do this a couple days ago, and I kept on doing a bad job. Right, your name. Let me take a look around here for something. Is that my C0? C0. Okay, good. I want the C0. I want the C0. Okay. And... oh, I was using... it was in my hair. I was like, where's my nib holder? I was wearing my nib holder. This is what I was doing. Okay, let's put away the parallels. Admittedly, switching from parallels to speedballs does tend to cause me to make mistakes. Oh, words on the paper. Okay. So what you saw before, I can bring it out again. Hold on a second. Is for the people who rated me tonight, I wrote a thank you for rating. So these are all the people who have rated so far. Seal Scrivener, Rinnies, Kit Cataclysm, K Otika, Likaios EXE, and Potato Bun Stew. Thank you, Lofehi. Thank you. Apologies if I came across as judgmental. If I do not understand somebody's because of ESL, I tend to try to ask follow-up questions like that because, I don't know, it's just morally correct, I guess. Also for Galaxy Wolfstar. 10 out of 10. Nice. Thank you. That is a slight advantage of being a little bit sick, is that my throat's a little bit scratchier. Hello, Lesbian Cat. Good to see you. It's been a moment. Okay, hold on. Let's maybe I'll show you what I'm doing right now. All right. You know, go in through the back of the reservoir. Been a busy boy? Well, I hope that it's not been bad busy, right? Oh, hold up. Almost made a disastrous mistake right there. use the wrong guidelines. But yeah, actually, yeah, this is from forever ago, but Lycaios, I think, is still here. Yeah, there's different way. I've kind of settled on this as my, like, medium term technique of, printing out guidelines. And then, you know, printing out guidelines and then using, a lightbox. And it's a good medium, right? Like, it's even faster to just use pre-lined paper, which is how I learned, right? I learned on pre-lined paper, and then I kind of like, and it wasn't until recently I went on to unlined paper, and for Gothic, it's usually done where you actually handwrite the lines on the paper you're using, with no vertical ones. I don't know how the verticals are. I might not use. I want to reprint these guidelines. I want to redo the guidelines because, like, I want them portrait form, to be honest. I'm sorry, landscape. I want them landscape. The portrait format is actually really annoying because they're smaller than the paper I'm writing on. That's very sweet of you to say, lesbian cat. Yeah, but as a small aside, there is a small issue with doing the lightbox, which is that this is a pretty old lightbox. So it's not using, like, modern, really good LEDs. And so it gets hot as heck. Like, I've actually, like, scalded myself. Yeah, it's part of, like, why I tend to wear sweaters while I'm doing this. Is actually to protect the arms. The edge, it's off the screen right now, but, this edge right here, this left edge is actually now hot enough to burn me. Yeah, I need oven mitts. Okay, I know that I am, like, a famous... I know that I feel like I have a reputation as a Luddite. As, like, a technophobe. Mostly because I think AI and social media are both stupid. They are acrylic sweaters, so yeah, they will melt. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it would obviously be April Fool's, but it's been a minute since then. Yeah, the new oven mitts are incredible. Modern oven mitts are amazing. They are miracles. Modern silicon oven mitts are so good. I honestly kind of struggle to believe that they're real sometimes. Hello, Bone Man 390. The schedule on my Twitch is something I don't tend to update very often. It usually says Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate. The main variation is kind of like whether or not I stream on Sundays, to be honest. Well, when is your birthday? June 23rd. I can't guarantee. I can't guarantee. I do have some travel planned. And I don't know exactly when. I do have some travel planned. I don't know, if that's going to overlap. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible. I'm just gonna spend. This is now scrap paper. I have some travel plan. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. I might stream. I might not stream. I don't know. But I do have some travel planned in June. Yeah, this is dog water. No, no good. No good. I can live with this, I think. I think I can live with this. Maybe a little bit less extreme. That's not extreme enough. The hairlines? Like that? That part? Because I'm working on batard right now. Which is all about these like curved lines. Not quite doing what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, a little bit more bowing helps. A little bit more bowing outward helps. It's funny that I'm focusing on the H's right now, because the real problem with this is the P's are terrible. Batard is like my favorite script to work with, but I don't use it nearly as often, because just like, it's not, nobody has commissioned it, but it's like 10% as often as Gothic, right? Oh, a second. Taking a big old stretch here. By the way, if you want to commission me, that is where my calligraphy commissions are. If you want to commission me, $3 per word. If you want a Cadell letter, which are really, really much more expensive. Oh, no, I'm super slow. I am super slow. I would like to get my turnaround time down to 1 week, but I'm super slow. I am super slow on my commissions. And me being sick does not help. Me being sick does not help. Yeah, yours is just a goof. Yours, the Cadell's makes it a lot longer. I am almost certainly undercharging dramatically on the Cadell's. For how much of a labor demand they are. The theory, at least, is that, like, as I do them more often, it will be less of a demand on myself. And that by making it a commission, that will force me to use the Cadell's more often, because otherwise I tend to not use it very much. Well, it'll be accomplished when I get it to you, my friend. And there's actually a forthcoming product or product enhancement, I suppose, for the calligraphy commissions, which is I have figured out legally, logistically, how to mail out the calligraphy. The big problem for me mailing out the calligraphy, well, the big problem is, so you cannot mail things in the United States without a return address. That was one of the contributions that Ted Kaczynski made to our country, was that you cannot do that. You need to have a return address. It needs to be a legal return address. So that's the legal consideration. And I didn't want to use my actual home address because I feel like that's obvious why I don't want to do that. So it was a question of how I can set up something where I can use an intermediate return address that will not, like, just lead back to me. That would not enable a potential stalker. So I figured out a way to do that. It's still a legal address. I'm not, like, literally breaking the law. Yeah, I considered a P.O. box. It's, P.O. boxes are kind of expensive near me, so I'm not using a local P.O. box. A VTuber company is allowing me that I'm affiliated with, loosely. I don't make a big fuss about it because it's not like I'm like it's not like a corpo that, like, I'm like a agent of or something like that. It's a management company that provides me some services. They're fine with me using their return address, their corporate address. As the return address. So that's how it's going to work. But I figured that out. I just need to, the biggest thing, now I need to price it. Now I need to price it. I need to figure out what the method is for mailing calligraphy that won't get them damaged. And I need to price them. I need to figure out the technique and I need to price them. Pricing is always really challenging for me. Hello, Vovern. Hello, Vovern. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? Tired as hell? Yeah. All right. 20 days. Countdown. Good luck. Make you a gotcha character? Alright, that's a cute form of fan art. That's a cute form of fan art. I have a couple of fan arts that are people making me in video games. I haven't uploaded all of them. Edward Lopi made me in Tomodachi Life. Podgkin made me in, what's that game called? Maple Story, maybe? Was it Maple Story? Has somebody made me a pit crew? Ugh. 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 Try to remember if anybody's ever made me a pit crew. Mm. Mm. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I still feel like solar punk is a very, unformed. It's still very unformed. So its color is correct. Okay, okay. You know that I have a reference sheet, right? With all the colors. Well, here's what I think. Theo, and for that matter, Lesbian Cat. I've talked about this on stream before. This was like my big discussion with Big Ham recently. Mostly to contrast with Cyberpunk. The big problem that's facing Solar Punk is that Solar Punk is, at this point, primarily concept art for architecture. It doesn't have any books. Cyberpunk started as sci-fi short stories and books. And Solarpunk, to my knowledge, does not have any stories, really. And so, like, what are the actual themes of Cyberpunk? What is a Cyberpunk conflict is pretty unresolved, is like pretty left out in the air. It is pretty much just concept art. It is, which leaves me kind of questioning how much we want to really call it punk. And like there are solar punk games that I like. Specifically, I like Terra Nil quite a bit. I really enjoy Terra Nil. But Terra Nil is just kind of like an optimization game. It's just kind of a puzzle. It doesn't have characters. And I'm not sure, here's my thing, right, is that it's been long enough that I'm actually not sure if it's going to get those. I don't know that it's going to be possible to create a work that is recognizably punk within what solar punk seems to be trying to be. The closest thing I can think of to a solar punk work, actually I can think of one game that has a plot line that is pretty solar punk adjacent, but I'm not sure how much it really is, which is I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, right? That is a fairly solar punk-y work, and it does have a plot, and it has conflicts that are, like, kind of meaningful, but I don't think it's quite getting at what people need. There has not yet been a solar punk Snow Crash, is really kind of the big thing. Not even that Snow Crash is, like, especially good, it's just, like, very evocative. And I don't know Piku Niku. I've heard the name, but it to me it just sounds like a random verbal stem. I don't know what it is. Oh, finally. Sorry, just... Muscles haven't been cooperating. Yeah, we don't have a reference that includes my new clothing outfit, but for the 1.0, we do have a reference sheet. It's on the Discord. There's a reference sheet channel for this purpose. Let's try this. Nothing looks right. Nothing looks right. It's possible I'm just being overly cranky, right? Like that's always a possibility, right? Is I'm just cranky. Oh, that'd be lovely, Itsy. Okay. Okay, let's take another stab at this. Almost finished off this sketch pad. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. The whole, I mean, part of the issue is that, like, the people I know who are into solar punk have cast it as explicitly a, like, bottomless optimism thing, right? That, like, unbounded, infinite, uncomplicated optimism is, like, a defining feature of solar punk to a lot of the people I know who are into solar punk. And so that kind of makes it difficult to create a story that is, like, complicated and adult. Solarpunk is an aesthetic. It's a design aesthetic. If you've seen the game Terra Nil, which I've played on stream a few times, that's very Solarpunk. It's a kind of like high-tech rural optimism, right? Oh, that was the right call. So like so it is mostly a design aesthetic, right? It is mostly like a way of like how people draw windmills, honestly. it's oh, Angel the First 555. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. An anime version of a really good Sean Connery. Oh, okay, so Angel the First, hold Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So first of all, there's my model. Wait, what? There we go. There we go. There's my model credits, but actually I think that it might be, it might be more valuable as an answer to that question to, let me get it. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? This might be more helpful. That's, that is the, Aw. To be fair, this is not cursive. This is calligraphy, which is its own skill set. My normal handwriting, this is my cursive. This is my regular cursive. And like I said, like it says, I think it's unremarkable. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's great. I think it's fine. I think that my regular ass handwritten cursive is just fine. That was a weird yellow. It's just a yellow post-it note. The color correction on the screen can get a little bit weird. And the camera is like really fighting the colors that it's seeing in real life. Because the ring light I'm using to light up my face is like orange. And then the Lightbox Kun is like slightly blue-white. I mean, thanks Sensational. Sensational did amazing stuff. Sensational did a really good stuff. Aw. It's really good to hear. That's really good to hear. I really appreciate it. Like I said, Sensational is the one who made the actual magic happen. I had the ideas. I had some of the ideas, but he's the one who made the real magic happen. The big thing that I told him was, Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. That was the big one. And hello, Spark Hoodie. Leaves from the vine. Falling so slowly. Brave little soldier boy. Comes marching home. That song? I didn't even sing it. I just stated it. You know, one of those VTuber things. Hello, Kasuri. Hello, Kasuri Rinin. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, one of those like big VTuber things is doing a like songs and covers. And I never do it because I hate singing. I don't know if I hate singing, but I hate how my voice sounds. I definitely don't want to like put myself in mixing and retake hell. But yeah, that would be a fun one. I wasn't really thinking about doing that. I was thinking I would do I would release a song when I hit partner. I am well. Oh, okay, I'm not well. I'm sick. I am sick, Kasuri. And doing some calligraphy. This is a birthday message for my friend Inari Reiju, who, if we finish in a timely fashion, will be our raid target. And we are about to go to the ad break, just so that people know. We're about to go into ads, and I will be getting up to use the bathroom. And I've apparently antagonized my chat by reminding them of Tales from Ba Sing Se. It seems like a lot of people are. It seems like there's something going around that's pretty infectious. My entire household got. Everybody in my apartment is sick. I got it from my roommates. Right. Oh, hey, one letter I'm happy with. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's our sign. It feels like a cold. It feels like COVID to me, to be honest, but my COVID test came back negative. The sweater's usually all the way down. The shirt can be rolled up or not. In fact, because all of my redeems have been broken for a while, see? I can roll it up. Yeah. Yeah. All right, folks. Ads are coming, ads are coming. I will be back in a few minutes. I am back, I am back, I am back. If you are hungry, there are solutions to that, lesbian cat. There are solutions to that. Yeah, they've been advertising that a lot. They've been advertising that Noah's Ark Museum a lot. It's really weird. It's really strange. I don't entirely get what the deal is with that. Need to make a belt from something else. You use belts to make the cable knit effect? That's pretty funny. I was wondering when you were like, oh, it's gonna be so easy. I was like, really? I feel like the things that gotchas tend to emphasize as design elements are not super duper common. In my design, they're pretty. I don't know. I don't like play gotcha, so I'm guessing here. It's the clothes. Do they have the my body type? That tends to be a real obstacle for a lot of this, and it was like that was like a huge part of the obstacle for finding an artist I liked. I'm really fortunate that Sensational is like such a joy to work with because so few people were like even willing or able to draw my body type. And I really wanted this body type, right? I really did not want to be like I don't know. I don't play gotcha games, so I don't know. I am going off of like having watched people play like Honkai and Zenless Zone Zero on stream. On their streams. It's very abstract to me. Well, there's a fan art gallery. There's a fan art section. I need to update the fan art gallery. The fan art gallery is like a couple. It's not as far behind as it's been in the past, but I usually don't update it like live. I usually update it periodically. It's possible. It's possible. I know that like the amount of ads you get is partially dependent on like it's very much on your geography, right? Is like the big question, right? Like what ads you get and whether or not you even get ads is just like geography is like a really big determinant. So like the Russians never get any ads. Because of sanctions. Excuse me. So yeah, if Twitch has less advertising that they want to get done, or like I should say less advertising purchasing happening for New Zealand, you'll see less ads. Usually, my understanding is that usually, yeah, this is Asagao. This is Asagao. God damn it. I continue my streak of writing really bad U's. My U's have been terrible lately. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I like Oroshizoku's a lot. I like Oroshizoku's a lot. Konpeki's good. I like Amairo a lot. I like Amairo a lot. Alright, hold on a second. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know we've only been back from ad break for a few minutes, but I'm probably pretty much about to wrap there. Let me do something here. So I guess you guys can see like a little bit of process that I usually do off screen, but I'm killing some time right now, so you'll get to see it on screen. So, you know, here's my folder. Right, here's my folder of guidelines. I have flagged them using bookmarks, right? Using sticky bookmarks, for which one is which. This is the second largest one, right? So I keep them in order, and so I just need to grab the third largest one, pull it forward, and then slide in, right? Simple enough. And then, you know, tap it all in. I have a hook on the wall that I'm going to hang it on, and that's where it rests when I am not working with the guidelines, right? So let me go put that up there. You guys can't see it. There's a nail on the wall. I'm putting it on the nail. A brad, strictly speaking. That's partially an excuse for me to grab the other piece of electrical equipment that I use for business, other than, you know, all my cameras and Lightbox Kun. Lightbox Kun smells like burning right now. Oh my goodness. You guys don't see this very frequently. My scanner. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. I've got a scanner. It's a USB scanner. It's a Canon LITE 400. So USB cable into the back. Lightbox Kun probably, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh, that's a rough smell. So the plate is actually smaller than the piece, right? The plate is actually smaller, right? So here's the scanning plate. The scanning plate's a little bit longer, but it's not as tall. So I'm going to put it down like this, right? And I'm just gonna open up the scan utility in the server. Oh yeah. There's a fan art. There's a fan art channel. There's a fan art channel. It's no, it's not. Yes, Almantas. You're looking for hashtag Almantas. I'm just gonna scan this as a photo. And I'll see how it turns out. Because sometimes it doesn't scan quite evenly. So I'll take a look at how it scans. Usually what happens is that there's curling. That's usually the big problem. There's dust. There's dust on the plate. I can see it right there. Oh wow, that's like, you can like really see me. And that's a good sign to not do scanning while I'm on channel. Yeah, my reflection is really visible. I'm not too worried, because even with that, I don't think people can really tell that much about what I look like. The big thing is that, like, people can tell that my hair is not actually that gray. Because people in my family usually go gray in their 80s. I think it's pretty typical. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, my family takes forever. Yeah, no, it's super late. It's super late. Yeah, my family, yeah, on my father's side at least on my father's side. On my mom's side, it's different. My mom's side is very different, but like, my mom started going gray in her 30s, and so the fact that I'm not completely gray by now means I'm probably not going to go gray for a long time. My dad's side and my mom's side have very different experiences with aging. You're so fucked. And you know what? I'm gonna do the other side of this, right? Because I don't actually quite like how the scans have turned out. So I'm gonna grab my phone. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back from walking to the other side of the apartment. Well, one of my younger brother is like largely gray. I've got one brother who's like largely gray and another brother who is like not at all gray. Yeah, people already knew that I had dark hair. Like that's something that like I haven't been able to avoid people learning about me. Like, you know that I'm not actually gray, and you know that I have... I mean, you can tell that I'm not gray because you can look at my arms. Right? Thought I was blonde? Interesting, interesting. No, I've got very dark hair. Time to dye it? Damn forearm reveal. Yeah, I don't know when people start going gray. I think it varies a lot. Like, I still remember friends from school going gray. And, like, you know, the men in my family typically, on my father's side at least, never go bald. On my mom's side, it's harder to say because the men on my mom's side don't tend to live very long. Okay. I actually hadn't thought about that. I think it is. Yeah, I don't have jet black hair. I've got dark brown hair. Okay, so we're gonna do the photo shoot. I'm just gonna be doing the photo shoot. Late 20s sounds very normal to get like your first one. Okay, so I'm taking photos right now. Okay, the photo looks way better than the scan. Which is annoying as hell. Okay, we gotta... I'm gonna do a Star Wars angle for this one. Second here. Nope. That's not gonna work. I gotta clean up my desk right now. You're seeing me do this is the photo shoot for the calligraphy, and it's... turning out very messy. May as well put out the pen I actually used. Right? This is the pen I actually used for this one, for these ones. You've been seeing them all night, Galaxy Wolfstar. Alright. Alright, hold on. There we go. And I'm actually going to grab another one because this was last... We're going to do a little bit more photo shooting because these are some things I've been lazy about photo shooting on. And I mean, thank you. I think they're pretty good hands, even when they've got ink on them. Ink is probably a positive, you mean? Alright, and now let's take a little picture of the Roman guy, right? You can see my phone. Let's take him off of the mounting point. Autofocusing on the models is always a real pain in the neck. Alright, that's actually not too bad. Only needs one popcorn. One popped corn. Alright. And then I'm not going to show you what I'm not going to show you my login. That'd be very, very goofy. But I've got a special Discord server that only I am in. A special Discord server that only I am in. That I really just upload photos to there so that I can move them onto move them off of my phone more easily. It's the easiest phone transfer that I've got. I've got a little tiny test server. How did I get to calligraphy? I did not take courses. I was taking a lot of notes I was taking like a lot of notes, and I was getting pretty bored of hold on a second here. Forgot that I need to go into the camera app and rotate things. Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, the thing is, like, people will compress it in other ways more. Oh, F. Just need to rotate it. Actually, let's... do some cropping while I'm thinking about it. You know, just... edit. Crop, right? Nice Star Wars angle. This one's better. And let's restrict that. Please don't nom on the hands. I need those. Hello, Chocolade. Hello. Give me a second here. Okay, the little guys have been cropped. Okay, now I go into my tiny little Discord server and start uploading. Because we're going to be raiding Inari, so I want her to have access to the one I just had. I want her to react to it live on air. So... oh. Crap. I forgot to rotate hers. I gotta rotate hers. And crop it. It needs a rotation and a crop. right, let's... There we go. Okay, excellent, 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 excellent. Now I'm going to send that to Inari, and we will raid out. Well, let's talk a little bit about the schedule. In contravention of my usual schedule, I am going to be doing mini painting tomorrow. I know I would normally do that Thursday, but Thursday I'm going to be cat sitting, so I won't have access to my cameras. So Thursday I will be doing some gaming stream, probably a city builder. Not 100%, but probably a city builder. I'll probably be on PNG. Is pretty much the plan. I will hopefully be feeling better sooner rather than later. Because I am feeling pretty sick right now. Troubled Phantom, hello, hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. So if you are not subscribed, there we go. And if you are subbed, we are going to Inari Reiju. It is her birthday. She is one of my dearest friends on the planet. I adore her. She has been such a joy. She is such a joy. So please be nice to her. She is power wash simming. She is simming those power washes. All right. Goodbye. Yeah, going from the silver fox to the blue fox. She's a blue fox. All right. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 p.m. if I do better.